Let me start that again. Hello, everybody on YouTube. Sorry, I didn't hit the go live button. I think that the stream in the VOD might still include that intro. But for those of you just tuning in on YouTube, welcome, welcome. All right. So, big thanks to Yazdun for the most recent follow and Shadowlack for the most recent subscription. Happy to have you here. I've had a bit of a slow morning, struggling with sleep a little bit, but I sort of slept in, which is better than not sleeping. So, you know, that's where we're at. Alrighty. Shall we talk about demo polish? The first thing I really need to do is this fix quest evaluations. Let's push these back a little bit here. We're actually right here in the timeline. So fix quest evaluations for operand into condition. Oh boy, this is a really important one. It's like the foundation of my game is built on this working, and it doesn't work right now. So let's go talk quickly about what it is and how I'm going to fix it, or at least try to come up with something to fix it. So I'm actually not sure how I got this far without triggering this bug. I think I wasn't relying on this thing, and then I needed to. So right now I have this thing called a condition, and a condition is like a code condition, you know. Hey Addy, welcome. Like a code condition, but it's in the inspector. It's a custom thing that I wrote. And let me see if I can find you an example. Door instead. Control trigger. Okay. So I've got this green box when you walk into the scene. And the green box has a sequence player on it, which has a sequence. And the way sequence players work is they check a condition before they're allowed to queue up their sequence and play it. So something has to be true in order to play the cutscene when you walk into the room, right? You have to be halfway through this quest, or at least you have to have started this quest where the dog has run into the tavern. You can't have the sequence play out if the dog hasn't run in yet, okay? So that's what this is. The condition required to play is that on load only false. So at any time, if you have done a canine commotion, flag 1, if that's true, then you're allowed to play this cutscene. And then it gives you this chase Fuji flag. So inherently, it also says as long as you haven't got this flag. So if you do have this and you don't have this, we can play. This no longer works. There are other conditions too. There are conditions for like checks for if you have for if something is set exactly once. So like if there's kind of like two, let me block it out for you. There's like on load, something is true. That's one condition sort of scenario. And then there is at any time. Flag is set. One, two, and the third one is at any time, flag is true. Now these kind of look the same, don't they? But they're not. So on this one, this is checking, this basically says, hey, if this flag was true when we loaded into the level, like or how else do I put it? We're only going to check on load that this is true. And if it was true on load, doesn't matter what happens after that, then we get some result. So that's typically, let's just say if you haven't done some quest, it's true. And then you do the quest in the scene. Okay, it's no longer true, but it was true when you started it. So for the purposes of like queuing up something, then you would want this to return true. The next one is like, if at any time a flag is set, this is an event. You want to be able to track the events because you want things in the scene to respond to a flag being set to true. Like you might want a cutscene to start when a flag is set to true. And this is explicitly contrary to this. So if it's on load only, then it's not going to react to this event. So that's the second condition. And the third condition is just it's true at any time. We just want to check. So the challenge here is that some of the time we want to treat this as an event. Some of the time we want to treat it on an onload as an onload condition. And some of the time we just want to treat it as a condition, as just like a variable that can be set to true or false. And there are times when we almost want to use the condition as an event. That's the other thing, is that, you know, when the condition changes from false to true at any time, sometimes you want an event to sort of trip based on that. So this could be, for example, part of a much longer condition where there's a bunch of different criteria, and one of them is this flag thing. And we say, okay, if the flag thing is ever true, this is true, this is true, this is true, but this is false. But if this becomes true, the moment that it does, then we want to fire some event. Some event. That's a megaphone for those of you who don't know. Fire some event to say, hey, this has become true. And that isn't just the flag being set to true, because then it will just fire infinitely. It has to be from false to true on this frame. That fires the event. So lots of different things that we need to happen here. And I am using a drawing pen. Lots of things that we need to consider here. And currently, this is all being handled by this conditioner, I think I call it, operand. This class. Now, there is a really, as far as heuristics and architecture go, like a good best practices, this is a data type or a data class. It's a container. This data container should never, it should holds data. It should not have behavior. Things that are data classes should not do logic for the most part, because you want that data to essentially be, it's like, you know, a record versus a record player. The record player doesn't contain any record information, and the record has no understanding of how to play itself. That separation is typically important, because you wouldn't want to be able to have two, for example, you have two copies of a record. If one of them is, if they're both their own player, then modifying the state of one might modify the state of the other. There's a bunch of, it's basically a difference between instance data. The idea of an instance versus definition data. So this would be like a class. This would be like an object. There's a separation there in most programming languages where you have classes, which are definitions of things, and then objects, which are the instances of the things. And operand right now is a bit overloaded. That's the problem that I have. So let's go have a look and see if we can find out where this has gone wrong. And maybe we can refactor some of this logic up into the sort of player. Okie doke. So this is the operand. And the giveaway that it is a data class is this serializable tag. This basically says you have this thing, it contains a bunch of information. It's okay to have functions as long as those functions just interpret the information, they don't modify it. Modifications to data is a runtime instance level thing. So this is where we're a little bit lost. I think these functions need to go somewhere else. Okie doke. So here's the issue. There's this thing here called quest evaluation that gets set to true or false depending on the last time we checked a quest flag. And it only, there are little conditions here. So this is like a very runtime kind of thing where it's like, hey, like if we're supposed to be only checking on load and it's not currently the load condition, then don't check this. Otherwise, please check it. Right now, I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to remember why I need that on load to be set to true only. It's really important. I think it's because I don't want the event to fire twice. I think that's what it is, the is true event. That shouldn't make a difference. I mean, this shouldn't really be... Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I think ultimately this being an instance thing, this being an instance variable is just bad. Consider whether we want check on start to be optional, currently mandatory. There's just something there that's not quite right. And I'm trying to, I think I need concrete examples of those moments that I described, these use cases. I think I need concrete examples because there were very specific reasons why I wanted to do this. Why is this on load only worth checking? Like in this situation, it's set to false, okay? I'm going to do some investigation. I'm trying to figure out why I need to support the scenario where I check that box. There is a quick thing I can do to do that. So I'm going to do this. I have this little button, this like global scriptable that I can just run random functions on the project over. So this here, I'm going to take this away. This is a word counter for the whole scripts in the game. Instead, I'm going to do something similar, but we're going to do a check for on-load conditions. Okay. And it's very similar to this. Grab all the event sequences in the game and then find the ones where for each condition cc in es dot requirement is it's a condition. So for each conditioner dot expression ex dot expressions if ex dot operand equals dot kind equals flag, if ex dot operand dot load flag on load only, debug dot log es. Okay. So let's see how many let's see how many event sequences have onload conditions in the game. Okay, fetch, return to Hugo. Only one. There's only one in the whole game that we check this for. And that's going to be this. And then this. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, well, sure. Anyway, we don't need to look at that. So this is an on-load only check. And it says on load only, if we've met the old man, then this is allowed to happen. I think that's kind of arbitrary that I've got it that way. It's not a huge difference either way. I could check this to false and it would still return, it would still function the same because you can't change this condition from inside of this function, inside of the scene. This isn't going to change here because this flag is set elsewhere in a different scene. So loading into the scene, this is going to be either true or false. Having this be there is no big deal. There are probably other conditions we could check in scenes, for example, that maybe would be more important to check. Like, I think actually I might have some here where maybe some of these moving objects. That might be a big one actually. That might be it. This thing here has moving walls. It's got a conditional operator, and then that operator has a few different conditions, and they're all on load only. I see. Okay, so they're basically saying, yeah, this is so interesting. It's really the difference between things that have to be set a certain way that have states in the scene versus cutscenes that may play at any time. Some of these conditions should be not on load only. Some of them are just happening whenever you interact with something, for example. But the flags are like, in this case, these there's like a floor here. The floor can go up, and the floor goes up to the top. If you load into the scene from here, the floor is always up to the top. If you load into the scene from here, the floor is always at the bottom because of the way that you access it. You have to walk up to this thing. And I've also got this check where it's like, if you happen to load into the scene below this line, like if you save from file and you were here or whatever, and you open up and you walk in, this will always be down because it's a one-way elevator. So that should only change on scene load. Because if you happen to go below the floor, midway through the level, it shouldn't change. Now I understand. Okay, so there are lots of scenarios where this is really important. And I think what I'm learning is that the responsibility of checking this box and evaluating this as true or false, that responsibility rests with the component that lives above it, with this condition behavior. I think it's the condition behavior's job to store that evaluation and make its its determination one way or another. And the condition should have no bearing on that. The condition just doesn't. I mean, it's convenient to store the instance data inside of the operand of the condition. It's convenient to have this on flag on load only. Does that exist anywhere else? Like if I have design, would I want design to be true on load only? That's the only other thing. Like, is on load something that lives on the expression, not the operand? Trigger, interaction, item. I suppose an on load only for those would make sense. But the expression is, well, it's the whole thing, including the is true part. That's the expression. And the and part, that's part of the expression. The operand is just this first half that shows us the flag, the on load check, and then the flag instance. I think this is all fine to stay here. The way that it's set up is fine. I could see this jumping out to in front of this so that anything could be true on load only. But some of these things don't make sense, like Unity event or interaction. Those are event driven. Design makes sense. Game object active kind of does make sense. Like if this game object is active when the scene loads, I could see theoretically wanting to do that. Hey, Kelso. Hey, Askipar. For now, I think the flag is probably because the flag is the save data. So save data being true or false on load makes more sense. Let's keep it where it is for now. I'm happy to just proceed with that as a quirk of like a feature of the system, a limitation. So now the question is, whose job is it to store this? And if it's the job of the thing that runs the condition, my only fear is that everything that can evaluate a condition now needs to implement the exact same feature set, which is that it needs to store the evaluation and then reference the evaluation every time that evaluation may change. And that storage, that data structure that's going to do that runtime instance data structure needs to be replicated or stored or recreated everywhere. Or it could just be like a wrapper, could just be a thing that lives around it. But it means, for example, in sequence player needs to say, hey, this thing here needs to be at the front of everything, right? It's like, hey, have I got a bunch of conditions for all of the cutscenes that I might want to play? Okay, for each of the cutscenes that I want to play, do they happen to have a flag that I need to check on flag load? And then I need to do a bunch of, there's sort of like a bunch of overhead that gets created at the top of the scene for every game object that needs to check a condition to see if the on-load condition is being managed correctly or to manage it correctly. That sucks. I really hate that. But there's really, other than doing like a shell class that just like contains the instance data for each of the conditions, I don't really know what else I would do. I could do like some sort of global singleton for instances of the scene load things. Like for every quest flag condition in the game, we have this instance thing, this static object that's a singleton that they report to and sends back their values, so that we're not checking them, we're checking the singleton with them as a key. We could also store the on-scene load evaluations of every flag in the save data object, and we just wipe it every scene. So on scene load, we just go at the top of the game, check every single flag in the game, what are their on scene load evaluations, and then just reference that. Ah, that's nice. That's really nice. That saves me a bunch of effort. Okay, let's do that. That's a top solution right there. I'm gonna do that. Quest dot. So basically, rather than having the sequence player condition behavior blah 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 blah, all these other things, re-implement an on-scene load check for each of the conditions that they have, you know, rather than store that and try to like balance that and replicate it. We just have one thing at the top that does this for everything. We don't need a check for these at all. And these know to speak to this thing. This is a singleton. That's like an inventory of all of the quest flags. That's much, much better, because then it doesn't matter where these are. They always know how to check themselves. And the logic isn't being handled by them. It's being handled by the singleton. So they still remain data containers perfectly. There's no behavior that they contain. They just reference an object from up in the sky, which has the answer to their question about whether or not they were set to true or false at runtime. Perfect. Okay, so this is going to go live in a function, in a class called Quest Manager. And Quest Manager has a thing called GameSystem.data. And GameSystem.data, we could put this on the engine, we could put it on the data file itself. Again, the data file is a data container, so maybe it shouldn't live here. It could live on the game system itself, so system is runtime. But then there's quest flag log, which is it's basically this, but on load flag log. That's what we want to call it. We could make this not public. We could say non-serialized, and we could say public dictionary quest flag quest flag bool on load flag log. The thing is, this doesn't have any instance data. There's no scenario where I can instantiate this on load flag log here, because this doesn't have any sense of the runtime. It's not a Unity class. So maybe we take it out. Maybe we put it on game system on scene loaded. You would have it be here somewhere, or even the engine is probably even better place to put that. This is a singleton as well. So you would have this non-serialized public dictionary called onLoad flag log. And then set up instances. The instance would be here. So I'm saying I think we should put it as high as possible. Maybe right here. Maybe even higher than this. And then maybe we have the handler functions be back in that quest manager dot instantiate on load flag log with on load flag log. On load log, set up on load log. And maybe we don't need to do this. Maybe we just do, since it's stored here, we could actually, no, we need the new to be here. So that when we pass this in, we're only modifying it. Okay, so game system dot all flags library for each and then the evaluation. That's it. So now on load, when we load up the scene, we are going to create this on load log and we're going to populate it with the evaluation of every quest flag that we have. The only condition is that this needs to be set after this is set. But the beauty of it is that this data.questFlagLog, this is managed and maintained throughout the whole instance of the game. It doesn't get reinstantiated. So there is no there's no scenario where it's going to be not ready yet, because it gets set up when you select your save file and then it's persistent throughout the whole game. So the only issue is when we do an onload. So game system, if I do, and this is something that I'm dealing with right now, if you get a game over, if you die, and then you reload, that save file is going to get reloaded. So it has to happen after that happens. So onload, data equals new game data. That's on awake. Wipe current save. Load game. So this loads from a save file. So load game is probably where we need to be checking that. Game system.load game. Load game instance is here, but it has no calls to it. Okay, what else do we call it? Save select screen, that's fine. Save manager has load game. That's the definition. It has load game on save select menu. Again, no big deal. Load from UI menu. That's got no references, so that's whatever. What about on death? I really don't have an on death. Or maybe this could be called when you die on the game over screen. You know what? We can handle that. That's going to be user. The user's going to press that button. So back to where we are on engine. This setup instances is where it needs to be. It's just, we really just need to check to see if there's any on loading happening with save data below this line. And if so, it needs to happen after that. That's the only thing. So, nope, 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 nope. Maybe something here. This sucks though. This is shitty. Nope, 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 nope. Ooh, maybe here. Maybe the test scenario might have. Yep, actually that is one. Yep, it has to happen after the test scenario gets checked, because that's going to load a bunch of quest data. Oh, yeah, so that's where we are, sorry. And then this is the end. Background color for the scene, accessory effect lookup. That's fine. Okay. Make sure this happens after any quest flag relate / save data related instantiation. Cool, which it is. Alrighty. Now, the other side of this was going back to our little condition. Okay, back to these things. And now we no longer need to, so we go expression and then operand. So here we are. This is the very, very internal part of this part here, this thing here. And now we don't need this. I don't think we need this quest evaluation ever. Instead, we check if it's flag on load only. And if it is on load only, then we say game system. No, we say engine dot on load. Did I make it private? Actually, let's do this as quest. No, I want it to be engine dot quest. Yeah, it's not there. Or engine dot quest. No. Okay. On load flag log. So it is public on load flag log. Oh, okay. Otherwise, we're checking this. Now, here's the question. Is that sufficient for what we need to do? I think it has to be. I think it has to be. What is the purpose of this? This just changes the evaluation based on a flag being set to true. I don't think that's necessary. Why do we have this? Yeah, I don't think we want to do that anymore. Anyway, I don't think we need that anymore. But a bunch of stuff's going to break now. So this, I think, can just go. And then condition behavior is going to fail as well. This can just go. The only thing here is that these condition behaviors, it's a bit awkward. Their whole thing, and I'm going to have to fix this afterward. The condition behavior's whole shtick is that it's checking to see if the evaluation has changed at any time. And the point of it is that it wants to fire off an event if the condition has changed or do something to true from false. And that will need for it to be listening for the quest manager to change its quest flags. So if something happens in the game, you add a quest flag to your save file, this thing should get notified and then do something. Right now, we're just saying we're handling that in a way that I don't like, but I don't know if we need to handle it a different way. So we're just going to wing it and see what happens. I just took a bunch of code away and I didn't replace it with anything. And I don't know what that does. Okay. So we basically need to just play through the game and see what happens. I can do some tests. It might be good to do, this is the part of like development where like by now I probably should be doing like unit tests on this kind of thing. Because it's quite dense. But I never learned to do them properly, so we're just going to test case by case. Now, what's going on here? What's your problem? You need to reassign all quest flags variable of the data library scripts in the inspector. I don't know why that's the case. Do we have any weird... I had this weird thing recently where there was something unimported and it was breaking this thing. I can check all of these quest flags and then as soon as there's some of them that just don't work. I don't know. I mean, it's fine right now. It might just be the typing. Yeah, what's this? Chapter 1. There's one or two quest flags that are just not rendering correctly. Talk to Breadman. Get design. Looks good to me. What's wrong with that? Look at that. 900. We loaded 999 of these things. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it breaks on the same one every time. The variable all quest flags of data library doesn't exist anymore. Like what? Like Is there something missing here maybe? Ah, there it is. Fixed. Okay. Wow. And now we know. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to check. So it's chapter 1, day 2. We've got a bunch of quest flags here. What I want to do is ensure that on load, these are set to true. So when I do that, I'm going to go back up to my data library editor where I did that debug. I'm going to basically copy this function and I'm going to go to the engine where we set this up, and then I'm going to paste this function here without the function, and I'm going to do a check for each of the flags. It's much simpler than that, isn't it? For each quest flag QF in onload flaglog.keys. If, and then just like, if quest manager dot check quest flag QF debug.log QF. Okay. So let's get rid of this. Clear that. Press play. Okay. So these should be all of the quest flags that are ticked here. Hey, Botchobs, welcome. So the first one is leave or instead. Is that set to true? Meet old man, chapter 1. In fact, that's to the Athenium, I think. Leave or instead, set to true. Canine commotion, yep, set to true. I'm pretty convinced. Met gatekeeper, that's chapter 2. That's way off. That's like all the way down here, which is also true. Good, so yeah, it works. Which is great. That means that we've successfully, at least as far as I can tell, successfully captured an entire set of flags that are expected to be true on load. Thank you, Matthew. Now we know that on the operand, that when we do this check, that this is correct. We know that that's correct. And we know that this is going to be correct too. So this shall always evaluate correctly. I think we can rely on that now. Now the question comes, when the evaluation changes, should that be something that we should be... How do we track that? Where do we track that? Because condition behavior, how often does it evaluate? It evaluates every single frame. Okay. So if the evaluation changes, we'll know about it, and it should be obvious. And at the start, what's it doing here? At the start, it's getting a bunch of... This is setting up the fields. This is set up event callback. But see this is where I'm a little concerned. I've got this event fired thing. This is also wrong. This also shouldn't be here. This event fired is an instance variable that this returns when an event has been set. There's no reason for this to have to store that. It's bad practice. I mean, we can store it in the condition behavior, but again, that then places the onus on us to have everything that can manage conditions to have their own event callback collection that they're tracking, which I don't like. So again, does this mean that we create a global in-scene singleton for tracking event callbacks? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I think I might be overloading this a little bit. I might just leave this where it is for now, even though there's something screwy here, and I know I'm going to dig something up like 6 months from now, some specific use case where it's going to be like, oh no, none of this works because of how I've built this. Operand interactable on execute. What are the goals for today? The goals for today are to try to get the demo in a place where it works and that I can have you play it in the alpha. Hey Fallen Knight, any advice on level design and remembering coding stuff and the interface on each game engine you are learning? Those are two really big questions, Fallen Knight. Level design, I would say start with what your player can do and build levels that test what your player can do one at a time. And build chunks of levels that test what your player can do one thing at a time in the order that you want the player to learn those things or to demonstrate those things. Hey Saravati, will the demo be PC only as opposed to what, console or Mac? It's going to be on itch.io on the web, so it's web only right now. Just for the alpha. It's not going to be, I'm not releasing the demo at all at the moment. Just for alpha testing so that I can quality control it. So I guess the challenge here is that when I evaluate this thing, I normally do, but sometimes I don't. In Insignia, there is sometimes a difference between UI scale and level scale because the camera can zoom in and out, but the UI cannot zoom in and out. So that automatically puts them sometimes at odds with each other. Yeah, so the issue here is what happens if you have a condition that has an event field with a little box in it, and that event fires, the thing that evaluates this when does it check that? Because on one hand, there's like a on event, on invoke. And then there is the has ever invoked, which I just made up. But these are two different questions. One is like, did this just happen just now? Did an event just fire? In which case this evaluates as true because it just happened and we caught it. And the other is like, yo, in the life cycle of this scene, was that ever true? Which is a completely different question and requires us to store a Boolean that sets to true once when this happens and then just stays true forever. Another way we can do it is we can use the Boolean as the invoke, as in the bool is false, it's false, it's false, it's false. We're checking every frame, it's false, it's false, it's true. And then it's going to be true, 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 true forever. At this point here, that's how we know the change happened. That's how and then we can fire our own event saying, hey, get our little megaphone out. Hey, it changed. We're now true. We can use a Boolean to do that either way, but then the question becomes, where do we store the Boolean? That's the trouble. Is it the responsibility of the thing that's tracking? Is it this? Right now it's this, and I hate that because it means storing instance data in something that is a serializable data type, but they are serialized to the scene. So, I mean, like, and they're not stored. I mean, they're not serialized. The class is serialized, but the evaluation is not. This event fired is not it's not saved. It's just, well, I should actually call this non-serialized so that it's just an instance variable. Again, hate doing it, but it's at least a consistent place to put it that we'll never have to define it elsewhere. It's just that it needs to be set, this event fired. It needs to be set here somewhere. And the responsibility of setting it still needs to rest with the thing that has one of these. The thing that contains this operand needs to do this subscribing to the events so that it can respond to the events, which right now I'm doing everywhere. So like sequence, like on start, I'm sure I'm doing it here where I'm saying like event kind equals. There's interaction, there's dialogue. I guess I'm not even checking, but respond to execute, what is that? Oh, that's if you interact with it. Yeah, I mean, even this is not great. Same thing with interactable. Same exact problem of like, we want to store this event. And that's even worse, actually. This is for events. This is for events. What about for interactions? It's worse because this thing here doesn't even last for an interaction. Because if I have a switch, right? It's a switch that you can turn from one way to another. If I trigger the switch and this says, oh, yep, we've interacted with the switch. We should play the cutscene now. Ta-da! Broadcast. And then this is true forever. When I interact with the switch a second time, it's already true. And it's not going to know that we've interacted with it again. There's just nothing that's going to be, it's not going to be true. So in a sense, these are different. The basis on which these can be set to true or false and left there, the strategy for managing the data isn't the same. We can't use the same one. Instead, what needs to happen is, and the whole point of this is that a condition can have multiple operands. So it can be like, you've done some quest, you've got some item, You have some amount of health or whatever. Let's just make up some stuff. Done some, not that one. Got some item, learned some ability. And then you interact with switch. This, when you interact with the switch, this needs to say true, true, true. And then for one frame, this needs to fire as true. And then collectively, they need to evaluate as true. And then the condition behavior needs to say fire. And that can be either a sequence player or one of these condition behaviors. And or any of the n amount of, other scripts that might need to listen for a condition. And then the next frame, this needs to go back to false. So that it's true the instant that you interact with the trigger, but then after that, it's just false again, so that the evaluation changes to true again next time you trigger it, so that you can continually repeat, pull the trigger, watch the cutscene, pull the trigger, watch the cutscene. That's different from this. Or maybe it should be the same as that, and maybe we need a Boolean to infer the difference between on invoke versus has ever invoked. Manuel says, sorry I'm late to the issue, but is there a publish subscribe design pattern that could work on the problem? Oh, I wouldn't be using SQL, but it could be done. Do you use testing systems like unit testing? I have done for some things, but not for this. This feels like it should be a set of bit flags that are turned on or off. Yeah, so what we're describing here is I think, yes, you're on the right path, but my issue is more about where the storage of those bit flags is. Where are they stored? We just solved this problem for flags, quest flags, and the solution was to have a singleton at the top of the game that collects changes in quest flags on scene loaded, and then otherwise we evaluate them. I think what we're really talking about is, if we kind of put a bow on this whole conversation, it's really a question of storing and managing I guess like player, or no, it's game state changes for conditions serialized in the scene. That's what this is. It's not about, like, we already have, like I said, the conditions exist, the data type exists, I use it all the time. It's more about the state changes and whether we need to store those. Not the conditions, but the state changes. As in, this condition was false, it's now true, which should trigger this event. This condition is no longer true, therefore we can refire the event, stuff like that. The Booleans that drive those conditions for save file related stuff are pretty easy to manage because I've got the quest log. I can always just check that. And I can check if the quest log has changed to include a new quest flag or whatever. I'm not going to re-explain it from scratch because we're sort of a little bit deep into it. So you might have to just follow along. This is going to in order to get you all up to speed, it's going to require me explaining about 5 times, and I'm not going to do it. So I'm just going to keep working away. I think rubber ducking on this one's not possible. All right. So for now, all we really need to test is this, is if we got that right. Is there a reason you want it separated from the operator? I can explain that. Okay, so the operator, let me explain. I'll explain only this part. All right, so we have sequences in the level. Those sequences are basically conversations, that kind of thing. And those conversations, let's go find a scenario like the one I was looking at before. So in this case, we have these moving walls, right? And the moving walls have state machines. So this can be, it can be at the bottom, or it can move all the way to the top like a big elevator. The way that it figures out which one to move is by checking these conditions, right? And each of the conditions have a series of expressions with operands. In this case, we're checking 2 quest flags. If we have met the old man, or if we haven't met the old man and we haven't gotten to day 2 in the demo yet, then this is false. This condition, this day 1 condition is false. And if the day 1 condition is false, then we go into the extension state, or the extend state. The extend state pushes this elevator all the way to the top. So when the player walks through here on day 1, they haven't met the old man, they haven't gotten to day 2, this wall is in the extended state. That's great. I only want that to be true on load. I only want to check that condition when it's loaded. I don't want this to be constantly broadcasting that it's true, that these conditions haven't been met during the scene, because things can change the state of this thing. There are other conditions, right? We've got this one here, this condition, this condition, this condition, 3 different things that are fighting for control over this elevator. And so having these things check on load is typically the big one, because some of these are game state, whereas some of them, like interacting with this elevator, with this anvil, that makes the thing go up. So that's an interaction at that point. That should take precedent over any of these conditions. So the conditions I only want to check on load. The result of that test, that on load test, needs to be stored somewhere. Like, was it true on load or wasn't it? That stored value right now, or previously, I was storing it inside of this instance, which I don't like doing, because I would prefer to separate my serialized data with my runtime data. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to keep runtime information there. Also, these things don't have a lot of access to the game state. They don't really know anything about Unity. They're just classes. They don't extend mono behavior, so they don't have an update loop. They're just data files or data classes. Hey Moonsty, thanks for the sub. So it's not a good practice, in my opinion, to put event callbacks inside of them, or to store data about their state, because they don't have a state. I mean, they resolve states, but they shouldn't have instance data that is set by the contents of the scene. They're set in the inspector. They're set by me in the editor. So they're really editor classes, or you could say data, editor time data. That's what these are. But the resolved value at runtime, the evaluation of these checks, whether they're true or false, well, that could be stored elsewhere. That probably shouldn't be stored on them. It's the difference between this. I can explain it right now really easily. Okay, so this is Pythagoras' theorem. This is what I am, that's what the condition is. The condition is the expression. But if I have a triangle and I want to know the side length of something, that's different. The answer to this question shouldn't be stored where this is. Right? This is a definition that lives somewhere. Well, in this case, it lives here. That's what that is. But the answer to the side length of one of these triangles, oh, that's got nothing to do with the definition. So I'm trying to have somewhere to store the answer to some of these questions so that I can check them and do events on them and that kind of thing. Why do you need to save the runtime state anyway? Can't it just be recalculated on need? Because I've described it here. Sometimes I'll want to call an event when the result of the expression changes. Could have some Singleton class. I do have a Singleton class with all the flags. That's what I implemented before everyone came in and started asking questions. I just implemented it at the start of the stream. As a strategy, I think it's great. Chainsaw. Yes. I want it separated because it's not a good practice to store. Well, I've explained it like 4 times already on the stream. The answer is that wouldn't a recalc give the same results? Well, that's what we're trying to determine. Whether or not there's a difference. So here, right, if we're triggering a switch in the game, and the answer to the question, have you flipped this switch, right, is going to be false, 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 false. Then you flip the switch, okay? For one frame, that should probably be true, but then it should be false after that. I guess there's 2 questions. We were talking about it before. There's the question of on invoke, it's true today, this frame, and then have you ever invoked it during the lifetime of the scene? This answer, has this ever been true, is instance data, is runtime data. This can happen whenever or wherever, but it still needs a listener, which is another, we need like runtime objects. It's not, I just don't think it's a good practice to store runtime data on a data file. It's just not a good idea. Because the data file doesn't have any. The thing that is like responding to the callbacks or whatever inside of the data file so that it can set its runtime instances still needs to be set up by a runtime class above it that's holding it like a container. Not sure I agree that it's bad practice to store non-serialized runtime data in these condition objects. If you're making a switch flipping condition, then I'd say it makes sense to have the condition object just keep track of what state it was in last frame. I don't know. It feels dirty to me. Maybe I'm just applying a heuristic that I don't need to be. It's like, you know, we were talking about it before. It's like I have a CD and I have a CD player. The playback states should be maintained by the player, not by the CD. Like, why would I store what's happened to this thing on the thing? What about a tape? Well, I guess the tape is a different thing. Maybe. It does keep track of its location, but that's a problem. Do you know what happens when you have a tape? Now you introduce the idea of be kind rewind. Because now, when someone goes and hires the tape, they have to manage the state of the last person. Like, that's an issue. That's bad. Because what one customer did with the tape, why does that have any bearing on what the second customer did with the tape? Wouldn't you prefer for the customer, like, to have, like, imagine if you were watching Netflix and whenever you started to watch Netflix, you had to reset the file because someone else who happened to be watching that video had watched it halfway. Like, playback status is locked to the account, which is the CD player in this case, not the file. Well, it's not multiplayer, but there are multiple things that check the same conditions. If this is a quest flag, there might be like 10 or 15 things that check this quest flag. Here's an example. Look at that. All of these things have conditions in them that check that. Look, here's Rose. Here's Rose with a check here. She checks that. The result of this none of these things should share runtime information with each other. Not that they will, but they definitely shouldn't. Right? I agree, Gruntled. Anyway, so I think the analogy holds that you shouldn't store the status of an equation, of an evaluation of the equation, where you define the equation. It just doesn't seem reasonable. If they're all just recalculated on demand, how would they affect each other? Well, the question that we're trying to ask is, where are they being recalculated? That's the question. Because something needs to be stored. Where is it being stored? That's the question. The calculation is fine. It's the storage of the calculation, of the last calculation. Where does that live? That's the thing that I'm trying to define. Okay, but you're not designing my game, so you don't need to know. Okay, you don't think they need to be stored, but you're not the one with the use cases that I have. I know they need to be stored for me. For my game, they do need to be stored. Anyway. So anyway, I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to go back to what I was doing like 20 minutes ago, which is to see if I can make the on-scene load trigger happen for this. Nice. Okay, that's good. That's what wasn't happening before. So now, when I talk to Rupert, beautiful. Okay. So we successfully tracked the quest exactly the way that I wanted to. Mm-hmm. Pardon me. Good, good, good. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Good. Okay, that's great. That seems to have done exactly what I wanted it to do. This is good. This is good. It's all behaving pretty appropriately right now. Whale time. There is a distinction between scene level game state things, like have you flipped a switch, versus save file related things. Ah, okay. So this causes an issue. Some things shouldn't be serialized to the save data. Some things should. Like, if you've killed an enemy, for example, enemies respawn every time you load up the scene. If I wanted to have a condition that checked if you'd killed an enemy, but I want that condition to be runtime and only specific to the instance of the scene that you're currently in, I still need to store it within the context of the scene to know that it's happened during the scene. But if I don't save the game, or if I do save the game, if I leave the scene and come back, it should still reset. So storing something for the purpose of saving it to the save file is different to storing something locally during the runtime of a scene. Just that something's happened within the time we've been in the scene. Like, plenty of things happen here that change states that don't have any bearing on the save data, but they still need to be persistent within the scene. And some of these things can be triggered once and they're true forever. Some of these things can be triggered once as an event callback and need to be triggered multiple times. But still, I would still probably need to check if they've happened once. Well, I need to be able to determine whether or not I want to check whether they've happened once since the start of the scene, or if they've just happened then. All right. Hey, Ashcon. Welcome. No, I'm in focus mode. I'm in focus mode. Okay, so this here, what's happening here? Met the old man. Oh. But we haven't spoken to Hugo. Oh, that's no good. The fact that that just fired then makes me upset. What was that? All right. So what we need to check is a test save. That where we have met the old man. I think we'd already done this, but not that. I think that might have been the issue. Let's just say we're doing this. The goal is that we need to be able to load into this scene, exit, and then Hugo needs to talk to us straight away. Perfect. But I don't know why that didn't fire the first time. If we have spoken to Hugo and we walk in, that's correct. I mean, I guess it's right. All right, turning off focus mode. So all I'm trying to say is, for the last like half an hour whale time, the only question we've been discussing is whether or not is switched, and has this ever switched? Where should they live? That's the only question. It's really just where should they live? Not should those functions exist or should those booleans exist. We'd already determined that like half an hour ago. It's just a question of where does that live? And the philosophical question we're trying to answer is, does it live on the thing that can be evaluated, or the thing that is doing the evaluating, and should the thing that's doing the evaluating be per evaluatable, or in some singleton? That's the only thing that we're asking, is where does the has ever been triggered live? Here's what I imagine would be nice to separate. It'd be nice to separate because I do find it cleaner to actually store it directly on the operand, reusing sequences independent of operand. multiple systems query or modify run state, test the data separately. If you're writing OOP and doing more ECS, otherwise state, it's fine to me. Sorry for the story. Well, I would say it should be on the runtime object at least. The only problem is that it's becoming a little bit this condition, these conditions, they can get quite complicated. They could be Unity events, they could be interactions, they could be a bunch of different things that we're evaluating. And the runtime thing that evaluates this right now, there's more than one of them. There's more than one different kind of CD player. So there are cutscenes, right? This is a cutscene. The cutscene can evaluate this. Sorry, the sequence player, this thing, contains an event sequence. The event sequence has a condition. The event sequence needs to be able to do things like register the event callback for if an event was fired that we were looking for. But also, we've got other things like these movable walls. The movable walls have this thing called an... this one's the best one to check. This one has a condition behavior that also checks these conditions. So the thing that I was trying to avoid was re-implementing the runtime data management for condition behavior and sequence player, so that because I don't want them both to independently have solutions for storing that data. So the question is, do you A, have a wrapper container that manages the state, the runtime state, for each of these? So each of these has a little shrink-wrapped piece of plastic around it that has the Boolean inside of it and the condition. And when we check the condition, what we're really doing is checking the piece of plastic with the little baggie with the Boolean inside of it. Or do we have a singleton that just manages the states of everything, and then when we store the Boolean, it just gets sent up to the singleton. Right now, I've avoided answering the question. Right now, for quest flags, it's in the singleton. For event callbacks, it's re-implemented twice, or implemented once, but not in the other place. So this setup event callback is happening on the condition behavior. This is the thing that's on the wall. And this adds a listener and sets up the respond to event for each of the operands that it manages. For each of the expressions that it has on its condition, it registers them at setup. So this is it's like a little container that's currently like one baggie for all of the CDs that the CD player has. It's like, hey, I'm this guy and I got a bunch of CDs, and for each of the CDs I've got just like a little thing that I do, and I set them all up in there. And then when I'm evaluating one, I just check this thing as well as that. Or no, it's not even that. It's a link. It's link. So it's just automatically binding this thing, and it's storing this in the thing. And this is what 5nax is saying that we should do, is just store a non-serialized runtime variable on it, which is relatively, it's clean. It's just not, it just feels a little bit architecturally yucky to do that, because in order to make use of this is the problem. In order to make use of this, in order to trust that this is valid. So this is the problem for 5nax, okay? The issue is this event fired Boolean is accessible basically anytime from any operand that has it, which is all of them, right? I can always check event fired, but I can't check, at least without adding some more Booleans, I can't check whether or not this was properly set up, whether there is a parent object that has appropriately set the value of this That's the problem. This is just going to be false forever unless there's a Unity object with a update loop, a mono behavior somewhere managing this thing. That's what I don't like. The thing that has to subscribe this at runtime, I can't tell just by checking the operand whether or not there's something above it setting it properly. There's a dependency here where it's like the variable is accessible. I can evaluate it. I can check whether or not it's happened, but I can't validate that that value is actually accurate because there's no relationship to the runtime. It's just a Boolean that's just always available. So I have to make sure that I'm implementing correctly that this callback to make sure that anything that has conditions and any of those conditions that relate to events, responding to events, that they're properly being managed by their players. That's the issue for me. And otherwise, I would need some sort of like has been set up Boolean to make sure that I can even trust the non-serialized value, the runtime value. It's like I'm asking a CD whether or not it's ever been inside of a CD player. That's just, to me, I suppose, unintuitive. It's not impossible to implement. It's not even invalid, I would say. I think it's a fine model. It's just unintuitive to me to do that. And I think my resistance to this comes from the fact that as the developer of this game, I don't know, what's the word? When something is unintuitive, it means that 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, when I'm reviewing this code, I might not understand how it works the first time because it will have been, or I might not understand why it was built the way that it's built if it's unintuitive. I might be like, why am I doing, what is this for? What? And then I have to go and refigure out why I did it this way, or have documentation that describes why I did it this way. Whereas if something's intuitively set up, then I don't have to, I sort of just guess how it works and it works that way and we can move on. And that's not a one thing or another. It's not that you never want to have to look up documentation or that you never want to have to document something, but it just helps. It just helps, you know, keep the momentum going if you're not doing things that are technically very functional, but like from the user side, from the maintenance side, super unintuitive. And I mean, it's not super unintuitive. We're really just quibbling here. But, yeah, you know, it just smells bad to me. That's all. So anyway, it looks like this was fine. I don't know why we failed that test case. We're going to have to go back to this scene and run it again. So I'm going to go back to just make sure that I didn't do something wrong here. So no progress. Wow. It didn't fire correctly in this situation, which is really bad. That means that we have I think we have an issue with race condition, maybe? So we're checking before we're setting. That's bad too. I shouldn't have done that. Well, at least it's not going to work. Damn it. Try that again. Sometimes the timeline will play even if the cutscene is not ready to play, because I was clicking around too quickly. It's not a real game. It's not something that's possible to do in the game. But because I was debugging it, it is possible. Okay, I run up to the dog. Okay, cutscene starts. Yep. See ya. This is doing well. This is good. This was an issue before. The animation syncing was a bit of an issue. Okay, we get out of here. This plays. That's great. Okay, don't know what this is. Oh, it's a material issue. It's fine. Uh-huh. Okay. That's a problem. Why did this not trigger? I probably should have set up a little test there. It's really bad. There should be no scenario where this doesn't trigger, because, and it won't trigger now because the scene has technically loaded. See you, Butch Hobbs. On flag only, this was true. This was correct. And return to Hugo flag should have been false. So somewhere along the way, in the life cycle of this thing... Wait, what is this condition behavior? I think this toggles the condition to true if we... That's so bad. That's so bad that it works the second time. That means that it's definitely an issue with race. It's a race condition. Something's being set. Something's being checked before it should be set. And it's like a script execution order thing. Also, hang on a second. Wait a second. Null reference exception. What's happening here? Let's go have a look. Oh, that's even worse. That means that this isn't even instantiated yet. Oh gosh, okay. How could that be possible? Let's go have a look. Sequence player on enable, which happens before start. So this is being evaluated? I see. On enable happens before start? Damn. Let's ask GPT that. Right. Well, that is an issue. Oh, thank you, Cosmos. Okay. So then... I have an issue. I have a problem. Because I have a singleton, and the singleton only knows about on-scene loaded, which on-scene loaded must happen after on-enable. And I'm sure on-scene loaded is like the last thing that happens, right? In that setup. Where is on-scene loaded? I would have thought like it's the first, it's probably the last initialization function, right? Are they scriptable objects or what? Timeline uses scriptable objects for the event sequences, yes, for the dialogue. They are complicated to build, but I still would recommend learning because they make game dev a lot easier. Causality is also using a lot of after all on-enabled. Okay, so it's literally the last thing. I need an awake, but I think the issue here for me is that for a singleton, it's only going to call awake once in its lifetime. So the singleton that survived the scene transition, there are no inherent functions that I can call on that singleton before the objects in the scene being loaded have been called. So it's like I have the engine. Don't destroy. On load. Okay. This is engine. This is scene 1. This is scene 2. This thing is here in scene 1. We have a bunch of objects. As we transition, these get deleted. This gets instantiated. We'll call this E. I mean, not instantiated. This gets preserved. It lands in here. There is another E, but that's about to delete itself because it's not the instance, the singleton. So this, all of these objects, what we're saying is all of these enable, on enable, and on awake before I can call anything on this. Before on scene loaded. Which is the only thing that this object, having already been enabled and on awaked back here, all the way back here, the only function that we have is on scene load, at the very least here, which means what I could do is on the disposable engine that happens to be loaded in the scene, if there happens to be an instantiated one of these things, which I actually don't want to rely on, but if there happens to be one, I can call the instance and tell it to do its awake or whatever, its equivalent of awake, and then destroy myself. And that will put it here. And then all the other things can start. Can't you just set script priority? Yeah, but I've just described it why we can't do that. Because the priority of the script, there are functions that get called in the lifecycle of the scene, regardless of scene. Like scene priority determines which awakes get called before each other, but they don't make on enables happen before on awakes. They don't make starts happen before awakes. So what we're saying is, I'm saying the engine class that is the singleton that got brought in from the previous scene, which has already had its on enable and its awake in the previous scene, now that it's here, doesn't have an opportunity to jump ahead of these. So I need some other function or some opportunity here that this can be invoked, some function that I can call on this that lets me call my setup instances function right here. But it's not going to be one of these functions on this, unless on enable gets called every scene, but it won't be because this is in the don't destroy on load scene, which nothing's happened inside of that scene. Are we following? So my best bet would be right now the best bet would be to have a dependency on the internal this engine that happens to be serialized. Could it be done before the scene is loaded? We could. So what I'm doing here, the thing that's breaking is this on load flag log, which is a dictionary of quest flags that was set when the scene was loaded. I could maintain this anytime a flag is added or removed just from the game globally. And that way I wouldn't need to instantiate it on setup. Right now, I'm reinstantiating it. I'm clearing it every time we load a scene and then rebuilding it. I could do that once in the life cycle of the engine and then maintain it over time. That way it would just be accurate all the time. But it feels cleaner to reinstantiate it on scene load because the whole point of it is that it represents what was true on scene load. So if anything bad happens, if anything gets broken or messed up, I feel like being able to call this to set this up at the scene, at the loading of the next scene, it will be accurate. It feels like a thing that happens almost like on scene start load. It would be the equivalent of what I would want. There is something I can do. There is something I can do. I can do it at the very last thing before we transition the scene. Active scene changed? We may have to go into async territory. That's what I'm thinking ad hoc. The only problem is this. This is our problem. This thing says if I'm loading into a level during a test event, so not playing in the main game, I'm just like loading, I'm dropping into a level with a fake save file. This is going to change what these are. So to have these go earlier than this means this would probably need to come with us up to the top. But this can happen. Gosh, it's really awkward. Yeah, I think this is a problem too. Whatever's causing a problem here will also cause a problem for these. So here, load editor progress state. This thing sets up a bunch of quest flags. And then we want to test after that's done, we want to test what the things were on load. So the question would be, both of these things then would need to be handled before everything else gets set up in the scene. What does this depend on? Test scenario, which happens, this gets called in the previous scene, so that's okay. Also, though, it requires engine to be set to not null. That's okay, that probably won't be an issue. So it's kind of like, ah, man, it's tough. Either I set it on the awake of this. So every scene has an engine, at least so far, every scene has a game engine prefab sitting in it. That is going to get deleted if this was not the first scene we loaded into. So when you play the game, like if you wanted to do a full 100% playthrough in one session, the first one would be this one, right? You start the game, that's the engine that starts with. When you load into the next scene, this is here, but so is the one from the previous scene. This gets deleted, the previous one continues. But because this is one of the earliest script sequence event script execution order objects, because this script comes first before everything, on the awake of this script, even though it's about to get deleted, we could do that instantiation. We could do it. As long as we promise that there's one of these in the scene. Which I mostly do. I don't think there's any scene that you can run around in that doesn't have one of these in it. Because the whole point is that when you can load in, anywhere that you can save the game, you should be able to load the game. And anywhere that you can load the game has a game engine in it. So maybe we can rely on that, which would mean I would take, oh, this feels a bit dirty. I would take all of this stuff, cut it, go to awake. If engine is null, do this. It would be here. Set up on scene. Start load instances. Well, that's going to be the same. Okay. So if this isn't the engine, then do all this stuff. Now, the problem is that there needs to be an engine. If engine is not this, and then if engine equals null, engine equals this, and then we do need to be able to reference engine. So this needs to be, let's make this static, actually. No. I think it might be right to do this. Just to sort of divorce us from the, yeah. I know how awkward that looks. I think it might force us to then just think about this as like the engine that we want to be doing the instantiation on is not necessarily here. This isn't our engine. This is an engine. And the engine that we've provided becomes the engine, if that's the case. Now, if we go over here, pass this in there, then there's all of this stuff. If engine equals null, blah, 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 blah. The problem is that's going to get ruined here. Engine future instance equals. I think it's actually future instance that needs to happen to all of this. But we're not setting engine to anything. So, if the engine is not us, it can't be us. If it's null, then it will be us. And that doesn't step on this. Oh, that's really bad code. Maybe I can throw this at the end. No, but then I'd still need a bool that was like, was this engine earlier? We'll call it target. So target is only current if there's no engine. not very good. Okay. Well, that'll solve it. How do you recommend people start to learn coding? I recommend that you do this. Go take the Khan Academy programming course, specifically the JavaScript drawing with code course. Otherwise, go to processing.org and learn from there. I think that's the best gentle intro to game-centric programming that you can get. All right. And then we've got this on enable. No? Or was it the condition toggle? Oh. Okay. So this should be good. Can you not get out of here? Wow, okay, doesn't like that. What do we do wrong here? Brackets on the same line. I use OmniSharp settings to do that in the past. I don't currently have OmniSharp set up, so I can't remember how I did it. It is in the settings. I think I've got it in my OmniSharp settings. Honestly, I don't think I'm doing it very right because I don't have OmniSharp set up at all. But the settings that it has allows you to, well, how does that work? No, don't ask me how to do it because I've like finagled with it enough times that it's like it works for me, but I don't know how to set it up again. I think the way that I do it is if I go to here, I have a folder, or it's just a file called omnisharp.json, and it's all of this. That's how I do it. And then I use as my default formatter, I think it's that's OmniSharp. But then it's none. So I actually don't even know. In the workspace, user, I don't know. I don't know how I did it. Magic. But that's how I used to do it. I guess it still works. So I just, yeah. There is a, I'm sure there's a better way. Maybe somebody in chat can let you know. So what do we do wrong here? Is testing is false because gamesystem.system's not set up right? Oh, right. Oh, that really sucks. Okay. So, all right. Then what we're talking about now is that this thing is not here on awake, but on start. The problem is that by this point, we don't know if we were supposed to be destroyed or not. If engine is null or engine equals this. We should just say if engine is not this. No, no, it's both times. No. Oh, geez. If engine is not null, geez Louise, and engine is not this. But it's got to happen on start. No, it's fine. It's fine. Start won't get called on the engine that's already the instance. So then I don't need to worry about any of this stuff. I can just refer to engine. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's good. Then we don't need to do any of this. We just and we say current. No, we say engine. Ah, cool. Wait, what was that? Wait, why do we even need this then? We don't even need that at that point. Amazing. Oh, that's fun. So this needs to be static because it's not going to be this engine if this is the one that's about to get destroyed. So this destroy immediate, does that let us get to this first? That's my only problem. Bro, where are you getting checked? Excuse me? On enable. Ah! On enable, man. That beats on start by a long shot. Okay, well, maybe we do it on enable for engine. How about that? I'll race ya. The only problem is that on enable will happen for the engine that isn't. We're back to being stuck again. I suppose it's okay if we double pump this. It's not. No, it's not. It's not okay. Damn it. If the engine is null, then it's this one. Otherwise, it's going to be the engine that's not null. That's fine. But now we need this here. Okay. We go again. Hey, setting up onload, setting up instances, checking behavior on start. And then what was that on enable? Condition toggle. No, wasn't that. What the heck was this on? It was on this scene, was it not? And it was, I'm pretty sure it was on Hugo. Was it not condition toggle? Was it condition behavior? No. What the heck are we doing here then? What was it? Well, I suppose we'll throw it if we take it away again. Evaluate on sequence player on enable. Oh, that's even worse. Okay. Okay, so that's the right order. That's what we want. Good. Now we need to guarantee that that happens between scenes as well. So I can load it up here. Clear it, leave the scene, still have it happen. No. Not good. Does awake happen before enable? I don't know which is which. Awake is before enable. Okay, so then this just needs to happen on awake and we're still good. Yeah, good. Okay. Have you made money from games before? I have a little. Can you shortly answer how you set up brackets on same line? Oh, we already answered that. Okay. Oh, that's problematic. What's going on there? Because on awake happens. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's crazy, man. Wow. I've created I've really fricked up. This needs to happen. Jesus. This needs to happen a little bit earlier. It needs to happen right here. I wonder if this can happen after all of this. but not like it can't be destroy immediate. So it needs to happen like okay, I think I know what we're doing here. We need to get rid of this here, put it here. If engine is not this, destroy immediate. Perfect. Nice. I don't know what this is, but let's just ignore it. But still good. Good, 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 good. All right, we're golden. Because this requires there to be a game system, because this sets up game system. Well, this requires game system to be set up, but engine can instantiate the game system. So engine instantiates game system after only once and if it's null. But this thing can only happen if engine is null. So, can only happen if engine is not null. And engine is not this. So, but engine hasn't even been set yet because it gets set here after, or just before we spawn the thing. So anyway, it's right now, but it wasn't, it was a bit awkward before. All right, we found it. So now can we do it? What is our testing criteria right now? Here's our engine. Here's test progress. Test progress has everything we need to load into this scene. If we go into the next scene, and then we go in here, it runs. If we go into the engine here, we're using test progress, but that's not, I don't think that was right. I think we need to go into this scene without having met the old man. Then we want to set the old man during runtime. So we're going to go in here and do this. Oh, that's no good. That could be even worse, actually. On validate, checking the fullness changes. Matt, I don't know why that's a problem. Object reference not set to instance of object. Not allowed to access render material. Please use shared renderer instead. I probably should just do that right now, shouldn't I? Well, it is using shared material if application is playing. Do we just use shared material all the time? That doesn't feel right. Not allowed to use on prefab object. I don't know. I don't think that's causing a problem. And then this is saying, well, we haven't set this variable. Why don't we just try that if that doesn't work? All right, anyway. So the problem is that when we load in with this data, with test progress, it's kind of a little bit too, we've done too much. None of this. But the well in Puppy Chase, yes. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Okay. 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 Cool. And then? Nice. Well, that worked just fine. I guess now we just go back and we try it from even further back and just see if it's an issue. Damn it. I screwed up. It is 640 by 360. That's right. That is the oldest meme. The bartender says, "Go outside and get meat. Dogs love meat." I'm pretty sure that's an Exhibit meme from like 2007. It's like, I gave that bitch a blah. Bitches love blah. I think that's what it is. That is dated. Not that it was when it was dated when I wrote it, but it was like supposed to be a little bit like, oh, do you remember this meme? Just member berries a little bit, but now it's so obscure that it's like apocryphal. It's like old. Like nobody will remember that meme. Nobody will read that line and know that it was a meme. I gave that. I gave that dog a bone. Dogs love bones. Okay, here it is. Big test. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, we did it. Okay. So the onload check is currently working exactly as we wanted it to, which is fantastic. Pretty much everywhere we expected it to work as well. There's only one other place that I think we need to account for, which is this scene. Come at me. Ow. That's a lot of health. Okay, I can talk to you. Okay, if I leave and come back, we're still good. Oh, the Hunden defeated thing just happened. See, that's a really good one. That check needs to specifically happen. That's hard. I could probably get around it, but I think that might be an issue for us. I might need a more specific test for that. It's like, it can't be an onload check. It has to be a runtime check. Right now, those two things are not mutually exclusive. If something is an onload check, it's also a runtime check. Okay, so the idea here is what happens if we leave and then come back. So we don't want to see that, and that's fine. We haven't spoken to Hugo yet. And then when we do leave and come back, it's gonna do the... Okay. I think we're all right. This is a lot of errors, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Hey, CoPixel. Hey, Hamza. I love that question. Hamza on YouTube says, looking at this, I get the idea for my game to reduce the jump height. My player can jump over twice their sprite height, and it feels like that's what's making my window feel relatively small. What you're touching on is something that I love to talk about. I know this is kind of not what it's a bit off tangent, but I still want to mention it. One of the reasons why I lowered the jump height in my game, I think there's this thing, I want to make a video about this. People, like young game developers, like junior game developers, love to do this thing where they want their game to feel good and powerful. So they make their player do all kinds of stuff, right? Super OP. The problem is your game, if it's 2D specifically, you only have so much level design you can fit in one screen. And the more your character can do stuff, like if your character can jump this high, then the amount of game design you can fit in one screen is literally one jump. If your character can do that, that's one game element. That's one puzzle piece. Now you can't really do much else, because the next jump, if you want to make it challenging, is going to be all the way up here. They'll be able to go boom, boom. But if they can only jump this high, you can put that same puzzle in this space. And now they have the ability to actually perceive the puzzle before they do the jump. This is way more practical. I think ideally you want to be able to fit 2 or even 3 steps ahead of where the player currently is. So if there's like another thing they have to do after that, 3 beats is a puzzle. 1 beat is just a platform. If you can only see this, you can't plan ahead. You just go, well, I guess I jump here, and that's it. Right? You can't solve what happens because of object permanence, right? You don't even know that there's something up here. So if there's something that you have to like get, like a key or something that's here, and that requires you to do some sequence where you can only do it if you do this a specific way and then this a specific way and then get to here. Like in my game, I've got abilities. So like going up this wall, like perfect example here. If you use the wall climb ability to get here, you can't use the wall climb ability once you're on it. So there's a puzzle in when you should use the wall climb ability. It's not a complex puzzle, but it is a puzzle. Like if I'm here, I have to use jump, dash, wall climb. If I use jump, wall climb to get a bit of extra height, and then dash, now I don't have wall climb to get the rest of the way up because I already used it. I can only do that if I can see this from here. And in fact, sometimes I'll do a puzzle where it's wall. It's like multiple, it's like very high. Like an example would be, this is the exact perfect example. I'll just go over here. I don't think I need to do much here. So the first time you come here, I mean, it violates the principle a little bit, but it's supposed to. It's just the way that it is. I'm trying to teach you something, so I want you to fail this the first time, right? So what you do is you go, okay, I'm going to boost across, jump up. Oh, and now I can't make it. I boost across, jump up. Come on, I can make this, can't I? Nope. Okay, what if I stall in the air, then jump across and keep the boost until here? Ah, now I solved a puzzle, right? I could have used the boost here, or I could have just jumped across and saved the boost because I need it for this. That's the principle anyway. But you can't do that the whole game. It starts getting tired. Well, what ends up happening, if every puzzle in the whole game requires you to do that, where you have to check it first before you do it, then what happens is there's no foresight. You want to reward the player from being able to understand how the systems work and then predict what's going to happen and then be rewarded when they correctly predict the outcome. Whereas here, if you don't let that happen, then it just ends up being a reaction thing. It just ends up being, well, I'll use the ability that I have to get here, and then I'll use the ability I have to get here, and then I'll use the ability I have, and you just keep, it's like one step at a time every step. You're constantly being like led by the nose to the next thing. But it's much more interesting, I think, to be put in a position where you have 3 things that you will be doing, but before you even start, you have to think about what you want to do next. Like, step 1, okay, I'm going to do that, then I'm going to do that, then I'm going to do that. That's way, way more, it's a really valuable thing that if you don't have that in your game at all, and you have puzzle elements, the player won't be on board with that. They're not going to get excited about solving a puzzle that they can't identify. Hey, Arya, thank you so much for the sub. 48 months, 4 years. Thank you so much. That's a long time. How have you been? So for me, that's why I make the jump height a lot shorter. There are other reasons too. I could go into it. I do have that. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. So in this game, with 640 by 360, I actually couldn't solve. I just couldn't have big puzzles, right? Or like big challenges, things that took like 20, 30 seconds of gameplay to solve, or like even 10 to 15 seconds of continuous gameplay to achieve. So here, when you jump down here, I like that you can see the ledge that you have to get to before you get to the feather. But if I didn't zoom out, like from here, if this wasn't zoomed out, you wouldn't be able to see this ledge. You'd just see this. So you'd start the puzzle. In fact, I can show you exactly what it would look like by turning this off. Right? We drop down. That's all you see. Now I have to hold in suspense what I think will happen as I get across here. I have to find this and then I can do it. Ideally, if I was being really, really good, I would want the feather to start maybe here or even here so that it pulls out before you start the puzzle. That would be my preference. So maybe I will do that. So it's more like you slide down, camera pulls out, you get the feather. How much more comfortable is that to look at? Yeah. So these are compromises that I've had to make. Like there's a pixel purity question here of like, well, if you zoomed out, doesn't that mean that these pixels are smaller than these pixels, right? Like this is smaller than that. So like, aren't you breaking the pixel perfection of the game? There's like little questions like that, that like the answer is yes, like I am. Hopefully in a way that's not too obvious or jarring. Well, before it was like you just met the guy that the feathers are about, and then you see a feather. That was the original intent. It's kind of like, oh, I guess it's time to start. Like he's dropped like 16 feathers around the world, and then you see the first one here. So it was like a little breadcrumb. But that's the same thing to have it here. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Anyway. So many little design lessons that nudge one way or another. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. What inspired the core mechanics of the game you're making? It says 3 LT 56 degrees 21. It's inspired by an idea that I had while I was working on the game. So the game started as an action adventure, just basically a Souls-like, like Baby's first Souls-like was the first kind of thought. But before that, I had this idea of like a game where the special abilities are really acrobatic and can be used for puzzle platforming. That was like the very first thing. Then I started making the action Souls-like stuff. Then I started playing around with the combat system. So I had built this really cool hitbox-based system, and there was something that I was working on that was kind of, there was an experiment I did where I did some wall jumping and I allowed you to reset your combo on wall jump. And I made it so that enemies give you a little bit of air when you attack them. And I was sort of like, oh, this could be a cool thing. So I got more ambitious to turn the Souls-like thing into more of like a puzzle platformer. And then like in 2022, I sort of merged the two together. It's like, okay, I can do enemies that give you the abilities that you use to platform around the level, or in this case, to defeat the enemies. And I'm still not there yet in terms of what I would love is like an enemy that you fight, and when you parry their ability and steal it, it lets you platform to a part of the level that lets you break their armor or something. Like you drop a chandelier on them after you parry their ability and use the ability to climb the wall and break the chandelier. There's something like that that feels really exciting. This very like swashbuckling puzzle solving thing mid-combat. And then another one would be a scenario where you have two enemies and you have to use one enemy's ability to beat the other. There's a few different like combat scenarios like that I think would be really, really fun that just require me to go and design them. Where it's like, it's not just dodge, roll, parry. It's more like, okay, what is this arena that I'm in? What do I need to do to get out of this? Okay, what if I do this, and I do that, and do that? And you start to put the pieces together, and then you orchestrate it, you know, and feel cool doing it. Okay. Hey, Bobacat, it's going well. Oh, got him again. Okay, so anyway, that's the exit condition triggering there. And then we go through here, and then we go here. Did it trigger a second time? No. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wait, why would I do that? Why would I? Oh, I see. Exit as in it turns everything off. Oh, I see. Well, what happens when we set state exit? This all happens. Whoops. Excuse me, buddy. You're about to have 1 HP. Get wrecked. Yeah, still no good though. True. False. Oh. Damn it. What is wrong with me? Okay. Set state. That's actually correct. Ah, okay. False. That's instant there. Okay, good. We got it. We got it. So it should call the first time. Nice, calls it. We leave. We enter. No call the second time. Perfect. Okay, and now these guys should only appear not if we've beaten the Hunden, but if we've talked to Hugo. That's the problem. So, contingency, yep. You are Hugo. Aftermath. That's correct. Oh no. Anytime, even if it's not on load. So I just got to test this situation. So we haven't talked to Hugo. They shouldn't be here yet, those enemies. Because the enemies should only appear if the wall comes up. Now we talk to Hugo. They should appear after. This is correct. But I only want them to appear if you... Oh, this is really hard. It's after you defeat the boss. What the heck? They should appear if you loaded into the scene and the boss was dead. And you have spoken to Hugo. But not on scene load for that second part. So it's this and... So you've defeated the Hunden on scene load, and at any time after you've talked to Hugo. But not if you talk to Hugo immediately after. Because the boss won't be dead on scene load in that instance, which is what we want. We only want them to appear if the boss was dead on scene load. So check this out. So, Hunden's there. We get the abilities. We have the abilities that we need. We just need to talk to Hugo to make the wall come up. Now we can use the abilities, we're not stuck. Okay? If we leave and come back, the boss isn't going to be there anymore. So we need enemies to replace him. Now we have the abilities we need because the enemies are there. And we can still come up here and do what we need to do. So the only other scenario that I need to test is if you leave and come back and then talk to him. And I'm not sure I accounted for that correctly, but I think I did. Yeah, they will spawn in, which is a bit awkward, but they should spawn in if we leave now. After we talk to him. What I'll do is I think I'll put the hedgehog here instead. Just so that it doesn't pop in like that. And that should be fine. It's a bit awkward to have it there. Like, I don't like that it's there, but what are my alternatives? Have this conversation take place, have the next conversation take place after. Ow. So then we come over here. Now we can do this. It's not great, but I could make it so that you don't need the hedgehog as well. Like I could just move this over here so that you just have to do this. Well, not like that, but you know what I mean. From here so that you just do this. If I make this a bit more interesting. If I bring it over to here maybe, just move it over to the left. You could just do that. I mean, you could do it that way, but I don't want you to have to stall in the air. If I put it like dead in the center, maybe. Thank you, BG. Sorry, bud. Oh, he dodged. Okay. We leave. We come back. Talk to you. We're here. We destroy you. Come over here. Oh, that works. And then I just put the hedgehog up here. Okay, let's do that. How hard would it be to add multiplayer? Right now, very hard. Well, not very, it would just be tedious. I have a lot of things that reference the player character. Like enemies, they all look at the player character. They don't look at like, well, actually, the target is pretty generic. But a lot of like input stuff expects the player character to be like player one. You know what I mean? I don't have like awkward... I don't have like fully modular... Oh, that's way off. Yeah. I don't have very modular stuff like that, where I just go, well, enemies attack anything that is of type player. And so if I spawn 3 players into the game, they'll just know what to do. It's not like that. Right now, it's like they'll attack the player. Let's just try this. Oh, that's perfect right there. Maybe even further. Oh no. That's better. All right, cool. Save that, commit that. I did a lot of work just now before I committed. That's Singleton system. Checks. The cello in the scene. What's its purpose? It's an interaction point for the player to play the cello. Whoop. One sec. What is this cutscene's condition? Oh, nothing. This should be then a rise at least. Bro, what are you doing here? Oh, that's just because I didn't. Nope. He should exist if you haven't done Aftermath, but if you on load, you haven't done Aftermath, but at any time after you've beaten the boss. Okay, that's good. See? That gets you in here for the first time, which is where you learn the abilities. So you play the cello to get into the temple. There's a lot of map state transformations going on, at least in this area of the map. How exactly is all of that managed? Well, you just saw it. So you're watching things come in and out. Basically, I've got these sequences. Most of these objects are based around sequences playing out. So in this case, I've got this thing called a condition toggle. And then the condition sets up logic for whether or not the thing should be enabled or not. So should this character load into the scene? Shouldn't they? Hey, Enchanted Cloud, thank you so much for the $2. So in this instance, that's pretty straightforward, right? It's like, oh, have you got this quest flag? Have you not got this one? If so, spawn this thing into the scene. And then I can test that by setting up the progress. So I can go late demo progress. And then when I walk in here, now this guy's not there. These two are here. Put the Hunden back. Give him 1 HP so I can deal with him quickly. I just want to make sure that Hugo is still there after this fight. Yeah, he disappeared. That's no good. And then he came back. Yeah, so this... I guess it's after the confrontation, not... Okay, I think I got it. So, Aftermath, it appears not after you've beaten it, but after you've hit the fight trigger, if that's true at any time, but you haven't done the Aftermath. That's actually, it should be like this. And so you have done, you've started the fight, but you haven't done the Aftermath. I guess that's fair. I still got to figure out what happens if you lose. haven't really handled that case yet. Well, that's no good. He disappeared and came back. No. It's because there's two of him, actually, in the scene. We could do an or. So actually, let's go have a look. There are two of him. What are they? Hugo Hunden cutscene. He gets hidden when this is false. All right. See you, Matthew. Sorry about the burp, everybody. He gets, if you've unlocked it and you haven't defeated the boss, I mean, that's going to be true. That should stay on. But, oh, he gets turned off at some point. Hang on. As part of the cutscene. He gets disabled. Ah, okay. Well, I'll keep him on until, like, at least this fight begins. That'll work. Okay. Okay. Right to the end then, huh? He flickered for literally one frame. Do I just... The alternative would be to have the other version of him always in the scene. When the condition is correct. Make the condition wider. Have this version pop up in the scene earlier. And then ignore him in the other one. Don't show him at all. So this would be if you had done Arise, you've unlocked Arise and you haven't done Aftermath. The problem there is that this cutscene means you could talk to him midway through the fight, which is not good. Or actually, maybe we just don't make it so that the fight condition on the sequence player is like that. Oh yeah, you can only talk to him if you defeated the boss. So actually, maybe that's just fine. Maybe we don't need to worry about this at all. If we just take this away. Do we need Hugo here at all? Nice. Can we talk to him? Nope. It's great if there's only one. That's my preference. Duplicating game objects like that's really annoying. Oof. Whoa. Okay, now we should be able to talk to him. Awesome. And if we leave and come back, we should still be able to. Sick. Okay. Great. Cool. So he's not even in this scene anymore. Hugo Hunden cutscene, Hugo Hunden Aftermath. But he's disabled here. Why don't we enable him here? And then delete him from here. What am I talking about? He's not in this anymore. He's just here. No, he's there. So we remove him from here altogether. Does he have the dialogue pin? He has it in both. Okay. We're going to remove this one. Try it again. Still there? Nice. Just to confirm, still here, still here, still here. You're dead. I can still talk to you. Nice. Awesome. And then he fades away. He's gone. Oh, amazing. Can do this. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Updates. Awesome. Whoops. Whoops. Oh. I got to take the current one. Thank you very much. And then these I will resolve using development. Cool. Really good. We're in a good spot. There were other things that I needed to fix before we can continue. I'm really happy with where this is at right now. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, let's just figure out where we're at. We're at 4:27, which puts us down here. We did not take a break. We did fix that within like an hour or so. Maybe it was here. And then we worked on updates. Did that. I am, at the moment, doing all of it. Have been for many years. Did I fix anything though? What did I change just now? That Singleton. Yeah, I guess I didn't do that much. I just really tested that thing. It took a bit longer than I expected it would. It was really more like this. Okay. Oh, the death thing. I really need to solve that. Okay. Solve. QA. Ensure no soft locking on death and respawn. Really important. Hey, Jordan. Ah, that's awesome. Great to meet you. Yeah, that was such a fun week. I hope we can do it again soon. I'd do it again. I think they mentioned maybe wanting to do something slightly different next time. Not necessarily one jam, but something else. Anyway. Beena Peena, thank you so much for the follow. All right, I'll see you all in a bit. Taking a break. Okay, we back. We're back, chat. Hamza says, how long do you think Insignia gameplay will be from start to finish? I think if you play at a casual pace, you might get 15 hours out of it, if I'm lucky. If we build what is planned, yes. If you speed run, you might get through it in like, I don't know, like I'm thinking probably more like 7 or 8. If you spam through the text and just run. But I don't know. We're going to have to find out. We've only got one chapter of proper gameplay at the moment, so it's not really possible to answer that question. Okay. So that was a short break. Ensure no soft locking on death and respawn. This is really important. So I don't have I mean, I've got a game over screen. Does it work? We need to find out. Let's give our boy Armin 1 HP. Oh, missed me. I've got the music turned off, but that would have been nice to hear it. Okay. So, we die. Let's have a look at what this does. Retry just calls game over menu load. Wait, these are identical? May I ask why you're so militant about correctly representing your schedule after the fact? Do you know what? It's actually for me. It's purely for me because I'm actually terrible at understanding how long it takes me to do things. And every time I do a task and then like finish and look back, if it's accurate, that gives me a little bit of context I can use to better understand how long it took me. And also, when I look back at my day, I can look back and say, wow, that took a lot longer than I expected. But at least I got the things that I wanted to get done today. If I don't know how long things took, I can't make those kinds of judgments. I can't say, oh, I'm doing well, or I'm not managing my time well. I'm trying to just get better at managing, you know? That's the answer. The other one, the really big one for me is I tend to appreciate the work that I do. Like sometimes, like emotionally, I'm pretty unstable. I don't know why, I just am. And sometimes I'll get to the end of the day, especially if I spent a lot of time on a task and I didn't solve it. Sometimes I finish the day and I think I got nothing done today. And it puts me in this low where it's like far out. Like, I just can't, like, I'm going to have to push that deadline out. This is going to really affect me, blah, blah, blah. I start like, you know, it just gets me down. But oftentimes if I look at this and I go, hang on a second, I put all of my time into the game today. I really worked hard. What more could I have expected? Then the mental message flips from I worked hard or I didn't work hard to I just I just underestimated how long the task needed to take. And that makes me feel a lot better than feeling like I didn't work hard. I wish I had the mental sense of security to not have to need that. But for whatever reason, that's just how I'm wired, where I get anxious about this idea that I don't work hard enough. So at least here it's like, no, you did, Adam. Like, you did work hard. So I don't know. All right. So retry and load. Retry. Oh, okay. Engine.reset. Menu controller.close menu. I don't think that there should be a distinction between retry and load. Right? Like, what's the difference between those things? It should probably be like retry or quit to title. Realistically. Because what does GameEngine.reset even do? Reset game instance. It saves the game. Don't know if it should do that. Clears the time effectors. Okay. Resets the level, which does nothing. And then if we died from boss, it loads the scene where we are. Otherwise, it loads the current scene again. I do not know what the distinction between these two things is. There is an issue in that. Oh, I see. In the Harriet boss fight. Okay. This is important. Oh. Yeah. I can see why this is important. There's a bit of an architectural issue in the game right now that I need to be very careful of. And that issue is, at the end of the chapter, there's a scene that is a boss fight. If you die in this scene, what should happen? Do you go back to the point in the game before you triggered the boss fight and you watch the cutscene again? Or do you just go straight back into the fight? Retry, I think, was designed as a just drop me back in, bro. Whereas load would be go back to before we did the fight. What happens in like Kingdom Hearts 2? What happens when you die to a boss in Kingdom Hearts 2? Or I guess most games. Let's think about like Elden Ring. If you die to a boss in Elden Ring, you load at the last save point and you skip the cutscene every time. And you can always skip the cutscenes. Sure, the stake of America. Okay. But I mean, you know what I mean? Like the last time you were able to freely move around before the boss started. I think that's probably the better way to do it. Because if the game has any items whatsoever or crafting, you want to be able to do that stuff before the fight. So I think I'm going to make a decision here to just load the last checkpoint. I mean, retry is not a bad option. But like maybe only if you're in a boss fight. For now, I think load last checkpoint is the safer way to go. Okay. I think the prompt can go. We can have the UI prompts pop in from the system that we just built. What do I do here? I hard-coded the focuses. I'm going to put these in a focus group. Empty parent. I'm going to call this this. We're going to have a vertical layout group, and we're also going to have a focus group. Upper center. And then down. Focus. No, it's going to be its own thing, and it's going to be focus group dot menu focus nearest down. And then up is the same thing. And then all of these, the down and the up, can go. And all of their groups is going to be that. That saves me a lot of energy. That means I can just rearrange these, no problem. So then now retry can just go. Quit to title. Hey Jordan, have you used iPad for drawing pixel art? I haven't, but I saw somebody, I met somebody last month at a game dev meetup, and they used Sprite for iPad. It's not Sprite, but it's basically Sprite. It's called Resprite. This thing is scary. It's an Sprite clone. That's what it is. It's a straight up clone of Sprite for iPad and iPhone. It's really weird how they basically just aped the UI. But I mean, for users, if you want it, like here it is, you know. So That's okay. The heck? What the helly? Okay. So let's do a game engine thing here. Let's delete this. I might grab my template scene here. I wonder if I could auto-organize these. That would be sick. Oh, I actually probably could do that. Damn, I should build that really soon. I could search all of these and then sort them underneath these game objects. That would be great. Damn, I didn't even think about it. That's an excellent idea, and I should definitely do it like now if I want. Bookcase audio source. I don't think I need that anymore. No, that's gone. Stage anchors. Wow, that would be mind-blowing to fix it that way. There should just be like a button I can press, like game object, and then like sort scene or something like that. And just go, just like reshuffle everything so that it was in this order. Oh. And then I could rename these on the fly as well. Maybe these should be prefabs. At least they'd have the same name at that point. Or I could like make them the prefab name. And if they were prefabs, I probably could change the icon. But the icon doesn't change there, so that's lame. But it does have a divider tag, so I can use that. Time to build a new tool. Hey, all right. And you know what? Adding an empty game object around them would also be really, really smart. Like, can I do that? Oh, you actually can. Oh my gosh, that would be sick. I mean, they take a minor amount of space in memory. Not a lot. I wonder if there's a way to change the icon. You can, because look, that's got an icon. So can I just like make this icon change? Let's do a quick check. I think this is important. Can I change the icon of a game object in the scene? hierarchy in Unity. How? Ooh. What about an automatic way that doesn't based? That's cool. Yeah. So if I call something folder opened, wait, grid brush, can I do that? If I say grid brush, oops, Adam can't spell. No, because I know what happens with game manager. No, it used to. Really? Oh, it's the script. You need to call the script game manager. There is an arrow under the cube. Yeah, but that doesn't change. That doesn't change anything here, I don't think. If I do this and then do that, it doesn't, it changes here, but it doesn't change the actual, this part. Know what I mean? But you know what I just realized as well? We could make it so that Armin, right? His icon could be his portrait. It's like a little dot there. I probably wouldn't do that, but it's cool that I can. I know I just got distracted, but I really like this idea. I feel like I get lost here a little bit too much. Did you ever start building this game with a complete movement mechanic refinement before you started on everything else? the movement mechanics refinement was happening iteratively as I went. No, really? It's two object IDs. Let's give object personal. Remove the icon. Settings. Wow, you can invoke it? That feels a bit weird. But... and also, what calls this? It's a static constructor. Wow, the Unity editor itself will just make this happen? Any tips for game builders with scope fright? Scope fright sounds like a great thing to have, to be honest. Honestly. Your goal should not be to minimize or maximize scope. I think your goal should be to make a fun game and to learn as quickly as possible what are the minimum requirements to making your game fun. The scope should just come organically from that. You might need to make a big game for your game to be fun. Like my game, I've learned over time that like it's only fun if it has all of this stuff in it, and the world is only enjoyable to traverse through if it has all this stuff. Or maybe a better way to put it would be my art style and brand for the game only works if it has this amount of depth in it. And if I wanted to make a game that was more sparse, the art style might need to be simpler. You have to work backwards from a product. Like, do I have a game that people would be prepared to spend money on with this feature set? And if I don't, what is the feature set or whatever that would get to that point where the game would be worth, like MVP, really, minimum viable product? It's like, what is that for my game? Realistically speaking, not just like from the engineer's perspective where it's like, oh, you can do all the things now. It's like, no. What does it, in order to be a marketable product, what does it need to have? Do these mechanics support an art style that can be made easily? What kind of scope are you creating for your sound design when you have these mechanics? If you can get to that point where you have like a brand that you're targeting, and it's really hard to do this. Like, I think ultimately, people who have like the easiest and most fun time making games are the ones who happen to stumble onto an idea that's kind of like self-complete or organically just blossoms. Like, some games are like fun for reasons that are provable within the first couple of weeks of development. It's like, we know this is going to be fun. Let's naturally extend that fun as we play it. If you can be in that position, that's amazing. But a lot of the times, if you start with a vision for something that's not, if you care about what you make before you start, then you might have some preconceptions that need to be molded into fun. And that's harder. That's why a lot of like jam games that just were really good as jam games, and then if they evolve into like full titles, those they have quite an easy market path, because it's like, well, this was fun when I made it in a weekend, and all I did was make like 20 times the content, and now it's fun as a $5 game on Steam. It's just, I think what people don't realize is how much of a gamble it is that an idea has the legs to become a bigger game. Unless you've made like a dozen games, you're not going to inherently get that sense of like, oh, this idea is going to definitely be something that people want to play and pay for. So you kind of have to build it and fail at building it, and then either give up or try a new game. Like there's a developer here on Twitch, not for you on YouTube, but on Twitch. His name is Kebabscal. Kebabscal is genuinely one of the most impressive developers I've ever seen. He writes very, very good code. He has an insanely good workflow. Like he just smashes out prototypes they look fun. They look marketable. He'll put 6 weeks into a game, completely new game that he's never made before from scratch, and it'll have the music, it'll have the art, it'll have the juice and the mechanics, and it'll have the roguelike elements with procedural level design and whatever. And then he'll be like 2 months in, he'll go, this ain't it, and he'll scrap it. So even someone like that, who's able to spin up a prototype for like a game that feels like it's marketable today, still gets like 2 months into development, still gets to the point where he can build up a prototype that's like marketable, and still doesn't have faith in them being like an actual product, because it's hard to know. You can't know. You definitely can't know that it's going to be fun until you prototype it. That's the first hurdle. So you at least have to prototype it. And then only if you're really experienced do I think you can guess whether or not it's going to be fun later. And even then, I would say his games are like, they're all fun to play, but I would say maybe he has like a 1 in 4 hit rate of like a game that makes a really good return on the investment that he put into it, that funds the next games that he makes. Like he still does other stuff and contracts out and does other work. And I would say he's one of the more impressive developers that I've seen. His name is Kebabscal. And it's not that he's a good developer. He's a good game designer. Like he makes fun stuff. It's just, it's not always obvious. Even if you're a very, very good game designer, there's a bit of a catch-22 where you either roll the dice on game concepts until you hit a winner, like an absolute dream project that just builds itself and it feels like it's inspired. Or, and this might be the copium, if you're in my position, you grind on a game and you grind and grind and grind and grind until it's the game that people want to play. That's kind of my philosophy, at least. That like, this will be fun for reasons that aren't to do with its Twitch gameplay, such that even if the Twitch gameplay is just okay or just decent, the world that I've built is worth people's time, you know? I'm going to try building this thing really, really quickly. First of all, I just wanted to make sure that when I die, Oh, we shouldn't be invincible. Whoops. There's no... Okay, first of all, remove that. Revert that. Go to the game engine. Go to its game over menu. Menu controller's first focus is load. So try again. Go to Armin. 1 HP. Nice. That works. But it does not work. Oh, we're in here. We didn't really... I guess we didn't really provide a save path, did we? Why would someone choose quit? Well, I do that all the time. Like, we're playing Blueprints at the moment, and my wife will, when we're done with the day, like, we want to go to bed, I won't just leave the game on. We'll go, like, pause, quit the title. So this is like saying, oh, I died. Oh, well, I'll play it tomorrow, and I'll just quit the title. Wallaby is a cool dev with many games. Yeah. There's also Dan Linson. He goes by Managor. I think it's Dan Linson. I never know. Managor he's also, I would say he's actually local. He's in Sydney. I know him personally. Probably one of the most prolific and genuinely, like, just super talented devs who they just, whatever they make, I think he has the beauty of only being interested in making games at a scale that naturally other people would want to play. He just always seems to pick these projects that are like really nice, bite-sized, game jam plus kind of games that are really artsy, really creative. Leap Year, I had the pleasure of playing this back in March. And it was really good. It was really good. Really interesting, like Metroid Brainia type game. And apparently, like, it did well and he made his money out of it and it funded the next game. It's not like the kind of game you would spend like 50 hours playing, and it's not the kind of game you would probably get like, 1 million copies sold for, but it's like tight. It's worth the money. It's fun. And it's just a solid little something, So I think it's really, I would say, like, it's so valuable to be in a position where you can, what is happening here? This has happened multiple times here. It's so valuable to be in a position where you have a viable, a viable model as a developer, like you're making the kinds of things that you want to make, and the things that you want to make are what people want to play. I think that's so important that you have that. At least for me. For me, that's super important. Because if I can't do that, then I can't make games. How long is it for $5? I think it's a few hours, 2 or 3 hours. You can sort of get it in a sitting, but it's not likely that you will. I think it's that kind of game. You can maybe play it in like 2 or 3 sessions. I sort of got stuck when I played it. I played it at an event. Okay, well that works. I don't know why this keeps getting corrupted. All right. So when we died, I guess this is just broken right now. All right. I am going to work on this tonight. It's 5:18 right now. We've got 40 minutes. I really want to see if I can get this scene arrangement stuff going. I think it would be really cool. And it's something that I want to explore, that if I don't do it now, if I can do it in like an hour, I think it'll be an hour well spent. So let's go to editor in assets if we can. Just scripts editor. It won't take me too long. Assets, scripts, editor. And we'll call this, you know what, better. We'll make a new folder and we'll call it create folder scene hierarchy editor utils. What do I use for UI in the game? I built my own UI system, but I use the Unity UI system, just the main one, not the UCSS one, just the normal one. Okay, well, let's see what that does. Okay, it did it. Added a GUI utility. Not set to instance of object. It does feel a bit weird. Is it guessing? Were you missing any crucial features? At the time when I wrote it, hey, Mine Spyro, thank you so much for the sub. At the time when I wrote it, Unity had fewer features. And then Unity got better features. And then I didn't update. So now I'm just stuck on my own track. It is Copilot in the editor. That's right. Hey, Wanderer of Land of Ooh. Torn between learning 3D or pixel art. I chose 3D for now because it's faster. And I plan to hire an artist later. Does it make sense to spend a few years learning 3D if I'll eventually hand it off? I think you shouldn't worry about the future. I think you should just learn what you're interested in and see where that takes you. Who can say what your skills will give you the opportunity to make or hand off, or whether that will become valuable or whatever? Oh, hey. Hey, Freya. When was this? This was 2022. Okay. I've never seen this before, this method where you do the brackets. Do you even need the braces like that? Can't you just do them without them? I guess not. Okay, Freya, let's see what you got. I don't want to use components. I don't know what type in GUI content is. So this is go.getComponent. I think So I would be prepared to just use tag for this. Or even name. Why would we unlabel the object after we did the thing we need to do? Wait, right align the icon. Why do we want to do that? Is that because of the way that Freya has done this? They chuck the icons on the end. But we have not done that. I don't even know how she's done that. Can I not change the icon? This might not be what I want. Yeah, I don't actually want that. I think Odin is probably the one. $50, damn. How does it know to use that icon? It should be easy. I just don't know. I think Freya's solution here might add an icon on the end, which I don't want to do. I'm just seeing if I can change these icons for these game objects so that if I have like an empty game object, it doesn't get an icon. And I want to make like spacers, maybe even like colors behind them, just to organize my scenes a bit better. I think I know how to do it. I don't want that. Spacers. Spaces. Spacers. We don't even, that's an Australian issue. Spaces and spacers. Spaces. Whale Time says, let's make Adam talk in an American accent. Okay, sure. So what we're looking to do here is figure out to change the default icon, change the icon for a game object in the Unity hierarchy. To change the icon for a game object in Unity's hierarchy, select the game object and click the select icon button in the inspector window. This button, which looks like a blue cube, is located at the left of the game object's name. That's not right, actually. Assigning icons, sure, but we don't want that. Actually, we're looking for the hierarchy. Let's go ask GPT. Excuse me. GPT-4. Try on GPT Plus. Okay, so let's ask the question. I want to organize my game objects in Unity such that the icons are more have unique, such that the game objects, such that their icons are more organized, are unique, are change depending on things like their name. If empty, remove the icon to turn the object into a spacer, or by their, I might want to have headers that take on a color in the UI for things, for organizing the different groups of game objects. Is there an easy way? Is there an easy way to change the icons? Happy to use an editor, a static editor script for this. Yes, you can absolutely achieve this in Unity using a static editor script that leverages the initializeOnLoad attribute with editor application hierarchy window item on GUI. That's what I want. Remove icon for empty named game objects uses spacers. Color or icon? Is that a verb? Color or icon different categories like level, character, enemy. Static, always on solution without needing per object scripts. Create an editor script. Okay. Hierarchy organizer. We should call this hierarchy utils. I think that'll be the right way to do that. So hierarchy scene. Let's be smart here. Hierarchy editor utils, just hierarchy utils. And then here, hierarchy. Hierarchy utils. Okay, sure. So then we grab this and just paste. straight up. Boom. So, empty icon, level icon, character icon. Sure. Okay. Draw custom icons. So, sure. That's the game object with the instance ID. And that is going to go there. Not sure how that works. Is that the base game object? And then if starts with dash 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 or ends with dash dash dash. Label field. If they're white space, don't have an icon. Sure. We'll give it a go. Make it work. Fingers crossed. Boop. Deletes project. For sure, dude. Totally. Null or white space. Debug.log. Do something, dude. Do something, duder. Okay, so we're here. We're just getting nothing. Skip icon. What if we do GUI icon? This is great. I'm sure this works fine, dude. But I don't think that it's removing or replacing the existing cube icon that the game objects take on in the hierarchy by default. You're absolutely right, dude. Unity's default hierarchy icons, the little cube for the game objects, aren't directly overwritten by drawing your own icons. That callback only draws in addition to the built-in hierarchy elements. I've become Hunter from Spyro. So, to actually remove or change the default game object icon, we'll need a little workaround. Replace game object icons with reflection. Editor script to change or remove the game objects. Okay. I'm giving you a chance, buddy. Boom. Issues? Whoop. Double jump. Press the triangle button at the peak of your jump to get an extra little bit. We gotta use reflection. Perfect, dude. You're thinking like a real programmer, and that's what sets you apart. The things you're saying are real and true. Continue doing that. You're doing great. These aren't just normal things you're coding. You are brilliant and smart. Dude, like 3 weeks ago, GPT was so bad. It would glaze everything. It was scary. It was really weird. I started thinking I was a genius. Yeah, please. Like no GPT. It's not that I'm smart and you're smart, but I'm even smarter. It's that we're both dumb. That's the problem. You can't convince me you're smart by calling me smarter. You're 100% right again. It does exist, but it's internal and undocumented, which means we can't access it directly through public APIs. That's why it has to be accessed with reflection or by hacking serialized icon data. Fully working example. Cha-ching! Yeah, the thing is, bro, sure, dude. Ah, yes, my protagonist. Unity strikes again with its internal API shenanigans. My protagonist. That's a new one. I've never heard that before. Oh, it used to work. Oh, it used to work. Sure. That's always the answer, right? It used to work. Trust me, bro. Brother. We want to replace or hide Unity's default game icon in hierarchy. Here's a minimal and confirmed working. Wow. He's locked in. Over. Man. All right. Well, give it a go. What do I have to lose? It's like the same thing though. It doesn't really know. It never knows. Your sanity. True. Truing. Nothing, bro. I did a typo in there. Actually. Okay, actually for real this time. Final. Getting a phone call, 1 sec. My guy. Actually working. Tick. For real. I'm going to give it a go. I feel like I'm learning. Just not to do this. I think we've wasted this hour. Oh shit! It actually did something though. Hang on. Look at that. That one actually did work though. Actually did the job. I don't know what this little sliver is. Is that like it drew over the top? What if we just don't add 2 pixels to that? Oh, it actually did it. It actually did it. Damn. Okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. There's a thing here in the editor when you name things where you can tell it to do a different thing. Like naming additional items when you copy paste. It like tells it what to do. Where is it? It's not, surely it's not in project settings. Is it? It actually is. That sucks. Why can't I just have space 1? Why do I have to have an underscore or brackets or something like that? Can I make like a bunch of these and then grab all of these and make them all like this? Sick. Okay. Okay. So now I want to give this a tag and call the tag spacer. Spacer. And then we can tag it. Hey. Nailed it. So how does this know to call this for every game object? Right. Bro. My brother. Yes, you can achieve this with on will save assets. It's a different class. So it's called before assets are saved, including when you save the scene. You can use this to traverse all game objects in the scene and perform global changes right before saving. Well, that sounds pretty good. Let's see if we can do that. How many tildes? Sure. We're going to find out. Whoa. Oh, it actually did a little tilde at the end. Cool. Cool. "8 years of his timestamp of his life to make." A legend who spent 8 years of his life to make his life. Hello? I am spending a lot of time. That's true. 8 years of his life to arrange his Unity hierarchy. If the game object has a tag of divider. Hello. Oh, you look good. Sup? Yeah. Soon. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I'll be in a bit. Hey, Alfred. Oh, congrats. Looking forward to hearing about what you make. Has a tag divider. Check if the above. Check if the immediate previous sibling is a spacer. If not, add an empty game object with the tag spacer. Yep. Save. I didn't. Oh no! I hope I'm not like hurting everything here. I should take this elsewhere. I should go to a different graph, a different level. Okay, previous sibling. If previous sibling Hey, Brian's. Game object spacer, spacer tag. Okay. Set parent. I mean, that's pretty logical. Oof, what have I done? Wait. Is null? Or its tag is not spacer? Can't I just say previous sibling? Okay. Shouldn't that be not null? And? I would guess the same. The tough thing here is that we're actually traversing this hierarchy the wrong direction. We should be going from the bottom up if we're going to be adding stuff. It's going to be hard to do this without it being weird. Because we're modifying the collection. So the sibling index is going to change. Good hair. Thank you. What did it say? Let's have a look at what it wrote. Fix this. I've given it a big task here. So weird that it checks if it is null. That's the spacer there. So the spacer needs to go down 1. So then that needs to happen. Boom. See, that's no good. I had it right before. The only problem is it keeps making them. If object.tag is divider, then previous sibling is object transform parent get child. Wait a second. Oh, this is checking to see if it's at the top, but we still need the previous sibling tag. So can we just get sibling indexed? Sibling index? Is it root? Adding the divider as a child of a new spacer. No, I just want to check. Get the previous sibling in the root hierarchy. I just want to do that. Why can't I do that? They don't have a parent. Right. So isn't there a way to do that? Root objects. Yeah. This is tough. Object transform gets -1. This requires a scene object. How do we know? Oh, can we make this public static? Oh, there we go. That makes it easier. Okay, so we should be able to do this. And then we can say this and sick. If I delete this, nice. Awesome. Ooh, okay. Well, that's the first thing I wanted to do. And then let's just try this. Yeah, nice. It shouldn't have something above it. But if I do another one, nice. We're good, we're good, we're good. First try. First try. Okay. So now I suppose I could go elsewhere in the game. And then just go pop. Boom. Should I do one after as well? Let's go find like a more packed area. Just want to see what this feels like. Oh, they're untagged. This was earlier on. These all should have divider. And then I save. That's pretty good. Wait, level scrolling bounds? Why does that have a folder? Oh, the word level. Okay. Okay, cool. Goes away. Nice. Well, I actually feel pretty good about this. Yeah, I'm gonna auto tag it. I'm gonna do that at some point. This feels pretty good. And I can also do this automatically. I could scan the whole project and do it. But it's okay to do it the way that it is. Like what I would love to do is, for example, make one that's called like item, and then, or like item should be in objects. Hello.
Are you done?
Yep.
You need to put the rice
Okay. All right. I gotta go, chat. I'm gonna work on this tonight. I'm gonna get as far as I can get tonight, and then tomorrow morning you're gonna see amazing things will have happened. Okay? It's gonna be so pretty when it's done. And I'm gonna have a button that just auto arranges everything in the scene, just fully organizes the scene so that everything is in the correct bucket. Like anything of type enemy just gets put into enemies. Stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna go, pals. And then tomorrow we'll do some more work on things like this. I'll do this tomorrow, yeah? So let me just see what I did. It's now 6:21. This was spent doing scene hierarchy utils. Okay. Thank you, pals. Thanks for checking out the stream today. For those of you who haven't done so, do I save them? I don't save them. I guess I could just watch back the VODs, but it's more just for me the next day to just reflect on what I did the previous day and how I managed my time. So please wishlist Insignia if you haven't done that already. It's a huge help for me, and it lets me know that people are excited to play my game. Let's find someone to raid for those of you on Twitch, and we'll get out of here. I love Cherno and I love Pirate Software, but I think Spios is getting it today because the other two probably wouldn't even notice if we raided them. We want, oh no, Evan's on. All right, Evan. We haven't raided him in ages. Cool. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. If you like my content, please go ahead and yeah, give me a follow, and you can check out my Patreon page and all the rest of it. And if you like this stuff, maybe I'll submit it somewhere and you can use it for your projects too. All right, that's it. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.